Yo! How's it going? Welcome back. Let me see here. Bam, bam. Bam, bam. Bam, bam. Vlad, what's up? Nico, Linda. Welcome back, everyone. It is time to wrap this game up once and for all. It's good to see you. Plushy, how's it going? We just made it to the amusement park at the end of the last stream. We finished off the hospital, which is a big, big, meaty section. We have two main areas to go through. The amusement park, and finally the church. The amusement park is fairly short in comparison to the other areas. And then the church is like the last big, meaty area to finish things off. Clapper, what's up? Mrs. Wexford, hope you're keeping well. Corsair. Yuto. How's it going, everyone? Ninja. Good to see you all. Welcome back, everyone. Been a roller coaster playthrough. That was pretty funny, getting the roller coaster key. Great description, how she comments on, like, dreaming of it or something, how she needed it in her dream. Really cool little detail. Hey, what's up, Cherry Onion, Vitamin Doom, Portable Jerk-Ups. I sound like I had a good night of sleep. It could have been a bit better. I've been going to bed way too late for the last 2 nights. But I'm here. I made it on time, just about. But yeah, I'm probably a bit more well rested than I was yesterday at the very least. It should be a shorter stream today anyway as well. I'm not doing a double bill. There isn't too much left to go in Silent Hill 3. Alright. Bam, bam. Give me a second here and we'll get the show on the road. I guess we'll let the intro play one last time. Hey! Feel Hey! Sweet. Storm, how's it going? Welcome back. This song conjures memories of me age 12 watching The Craft at a girly sleepover. Did you play this back in the day, Storm? Did you play this when it first came out? Hold on a second. You didn't play Silent Hill 3? The song, the intro just gives you those sorts of vibes. Okay, let's see. Where are we? Souvenir shop, 6:49. We've been playing for a lot longer than that, but the game doesn't count load screens, cutscenes, memos, pausing, looking at the map. Alright, how do I play this game again? I think we did everything we needed to do in the souvenir shop. Hey, what's up, Base Cat? Welcome back. Mepaz, good to see you. Rabbit stuffed animals, all the usuals. AC with the 13 months, thank you. Cookies and candles. I think more or less we get the same descriptions as before during the dream sequence. Let's look at the key again. This was in a cookie jar. I always dreamed I'd have one of these. That's it, yeah. The tag says mountain coaster. How are we doing on supplies and stuff? I think we're all right. Ooh, pretty low on the general health drinks. That's not so good. But 6 first aids. Yeah, we're good. Okay, let's keep pressing forward. Oh, that's not nice. You're usually not that fast, closer. Yeah, we're just running straight through this time. Go, 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 go. So many enemies here. It's the absolute chaos. That fog looks great though with the light shining on it. And now that we have the coaster key, we can go inside here. What the hell is this? I feel like I'd catch something nasty if I touched it. I really better not mess with it. Not that I especially want to. This must be some gadget to control a roller coaster. I don't know how to make it work though. There's a power switch on the left-hand side. Okay. Now that we've turned that off, I think I might have to get a Minmo emote. We'll see. Just a big ball of fluff with a sort of condescending, smug cat face on it. It has to be a big ball, you know? With just kind of fluff spurting out from all angles. Big fluff ball with the Minmo face. Did I restart the game? Are you serious, Santi? The start of the game is a dream sequence. And now we're back in the same area for real this time. In our dream, we don't get to go into the control room and turn the roller coaster off. And that's how we die during the dream sequence. We come through here, we can't turn the controls off, so we just have to go through this way. And we get run over. But this time we get to do something a little bit different, which allows us to pass through. Although, yeah, you'll see what happens. Gets turned back on anyway, but she knows what to do this time. She's ready for it.
I hired you to find the girl, and you performed serviceably. What is it now?
You lied to me about Heather, lady. I don't like being used.
I don't like being used.
What lie?
That Heather was kidnapped from you.
But it's true. She was originally one of us. That man, Harry Mason, stole her away and kept her hidden from us.
Yeah, but she says she was happy.
She was brainwashed by him, deceived, because her true self had not yet awoken. She carries God within her. But when Alessa, Mother of God, truly awakens...
Yeah? What's gonna happen?
She will usher in the eternal paradise.
What kind of place is that?
A place with no pain, no hunger, no sickness, no old age. There will be no greed or war, and all will live by God's grace alone.
No this, no that, no nothing. A paradise? For castrated sheep, maybe. Sounds pretty boring.
I pity you. You still don't understand. You're going to kill me? Is it really so easy for you?
I've done it before.
Then I truly do pity you.
What happened? no this, no that, no nothing. Sounds pretty boring. Gorgeous lighting during that scene. The way Claudia is lit. Those character models, man, look so much better than so many PS3 models. Even Silent Hill games that released like 10 years later. Where are we now? There's a ticket booth, but there's nothing unusual about it. It's a popcorn wagon. Nothing very interesting about it. But this popcorn doesn't look right. I don't think I'll be having any. But then again, I wouldn't eat anything else here either. Ooh, look at that body lying down over there. There's nothing written on it. It's probably supposed to have the ride's wait time on it or something. Yeah, gorgeous looking area here. These bodies that we see laid out here are the exact same ones that we see strewn all over the environment in Silent Hill 1. We see them a few times. Which I think are supposed to be representations of Alessa's body. Because we're getting very close to her. We're getting very close to Heather confronting that part of herself now. Yeah, that popcorn did look a bit moldy, didn't it? Look kind of green. Ooh. Cool lights, those pumpkins. Borley Haunted Mansion. If you have a weak heart or may be pregnant, please refrain from entering. Any children under the age of 8 must be accompanied by an adult. It's just your typical warning on a ride. Nothing to worry about, I guess. So this is funny. Obviously, we are pregnant. The weak heart thing is kind of interesting. I guess that could also relate to Heather as well, you know, having you know, as she is grieving over her father. Going through all this stress. And this also, in a funny way, applies to Heather as well. Any children under the age of 8 must be accompanied by an adult. Heather, who has Cheryl inside her, that part of the soul, which is 7 years old. Feels like that's what it's getting at there as well, where like everything here applies to Heather in some way. Oh, are those supposed to be horses or witch hats? I guess those are supposed to be witch hats. They kind of remind me of the horses that we see later in the carousel, though. I can't actually tell. Ghosts? You think they're supposed to be ghosts? Oh, I'm not really seeing ghosts there, but yeah, I guess. They have eyes? I'm not seeing eyes. Where are the eyes? They have faces? So now we're seeing actual faces in the game and I can't see anything. All I can see are the optical illusions. Left one? Where is the face? Look towards the right? Oh, now I see. Now I see. Now I see. Okay, okay. The horse's back are the hands of the ghost. Right, okay. I see. I see. Right. Now it all makes sense. Cool. Oh, I love the colors here. These reds.
Welcome to the Borley Haunted Mansion. We're so glad you came. Please come inside and look around. When you feel you're ready, then go through the door. Help! Help! Do you hear those voices? A family of 4 was sliced into bloody pieces in this room. Ah, the cries of the children. The murderer was caught. Do you know why he said he killed his family? Because I felt I had to! Anyway, I'm lying. It's all just a joke. I wanted to scare you, that's all. The truth is, only one person died. By suicide.
Love it. Love how they changed the camera angle. Even if you're just standing in the same spot, which is quite unusual for this game to do. Can I examine anything here? Oh, fuck, I skipped that by mistake. But if that's true, how do you explain all the blood in this room? Talking about how it's all, like, set up. Could it be that the guy who committed suicide really did kill a bunch of people? Oh, how could I be so stupid? This is a haunted mansion. Of course it's all made up. What was I thinking, anyway? But if it's fake, why does it smell like real blood? The bookshelves are crammed with books, but they're probably all just fake anyway. Mrs. Bates?
That's Danny. A quiet young man, but quite friendly as you can see. He was so eager to meet you. His hometown is New Orleans, but he came here after first losing his way. Oh, maybe you might know. Where is the path to heaven?
Danny from New Orleans. He came here after first losing his way. I wonder, is that a reference to anything? Jeez, it's real. This is a real dead body hanging here. I don't think they meant for this to be part of their attractions. Who would have done this? The hanging man is blocking the way. It's all rotten and disgusting, and I don't want to get any closer to it. Whoever it was, I feel sorry for them. I like how detailed that guy's face is. It almost reminds me of Harry in a way. And just how Harry was sitting in his chair when he was killed. I feel like that could be a decomposing Harry face.
This mansion is quite old, so please watch your step. Sometimes the floor suddenly gives way, and beneath the floor, there's nothing.
Yeah, I don't think it's supposed to look like Harry, really. It just kind of reminds me of him a bit.
I'm so sorry. This place is just falling apart. The mechanism is broken, you see. It wasn't supposed to stop there, I assure you. There's the exit. I hope you enjoyed your tour. Please come back anytime. Or if you'd prefer, we could come and visit you instead. That was supposed to be the exit, but it seems that no one wants you to leave. Everyone really likes you. They want you to stay with them forever. I have to agree with them. Don't be afraid. Dying is much easier than living.
Go! That first door is bait. Really cool sequence. And yeah, if that light catches you, you're dead. I'm gonna use that health drink. Fuck. Actually, let me go back here and take another look around. Oh my god. Silence. That Robbie doll looked quite creepy sitting down there. It looked like amusement park was written in blood right behind him as well. So here we get to meet some of the other mascots of the amusement park that unfortunately don't get as much love as Robbie. Robbie is hoarded out everywhere, but if we look here, it's about Kathy the kitty, one of the park's mascots. But that's a lot of information that I really don't need right now. That is not true, Heather. There's Kathy. Any idea what the red light is? No, not really. And something tells me there isn't any real, like, meaningful reasoning behind it. And over here we have Dawn the Duck, one of the park's mascots. And again, Heather doesn't really need any of that shit right now. It's a flyer for some kind of musical for kids. It looks like they did it on this stage. This place is empty now, but I'll bet it was packed that day. The flyers, you can see all the mascots on the flyers there. It's about Huey the horse, one of the park's mascots. A light. Cinderella? Was she here? I got a red shoe. Oh, here we go. It's about Robbie the rabbit, one of the park's mascots. Forgot the Robbie one was here as well. Looking quite different here. There he is. Ooh, that flyer looks a little bit different. I think that's the same one that's on the popcorn wagon. Ooh, we have something else here as well. I got a chain. It has hooks on both ends. Looks pretty sturdy anyway. And a red shoe. One shoe, blood red. It was above the stage. It's too small for me to wear. Not that I'd want to. Okay, yeah, we're just gonna run past these guys. The door doesn't seem locked, but I can't open it. Could it be rusted? I'm not strong enough to budge it no matter how much I pull. There's got to be a way. So, the key here is to tie this chain to the gate. I attach the chain to the door handle. This half is fine. Better do something with the other half, though. So with the other half, we take it up to this ride here. This column here, wouldn't that work? Attach the chain to the other end. This is no time to start playing around with stuff like this. Switch is off. Will you turn on the switch? Yes. Cool. I like how you can see the handle on the end of the chain there as well. Nice little touch.
Douglas,
You're late.
are you hurt?
I can't move my right leg. I think it's broken.
I'll call an ambulance.
Hold it. I don't think one will come. Don't worry. I'm used to it.
You old fool! Getting yourself hurt like that?
Sorry.
Why did you have to do that for me? What'll I do if you die?
What'll we do if this god thing gets born?
Come on. How powerful could a god from a dump like this be? I'm sure it'll be no big deal.
Yeah, but anyway, something's gonna happen.
Who knows? Maybe we'd all be better off if it did.
But if this is how our God of Mercy acts, I don't want to see any more of him. That's a pretty good reason to risk my life, don't you think? Plus, I'm just an old fool, right?
You think you're Superman or something?
You know, I always wanted to be him. Besides,
Yeah.
I want to help you out.
You don't have to feel responsible. I know it's not your fault.
You remind me of my son.
You said nobody was going to cry for you.
Dead people don't cry. Stupid kid got himself shot robbing a bank.
But why?
Maybe because his pop was a penniless good-for-nothing. Who knows? Anyway, now I guess I'll never find out. Sorry. I shouldn't have said you reminded me of a guy like you.
Well, maybe if you had compared me to your daughter. Listen, I'll take care of the rest. You stay here and I'll be back when it's over.
You'll be okay by yourself.
Hey, no problem. Besides, my dad's not around anymore, so only I can do this. What are you doing?
Maybe killing you here is the only way to end this nightmare.
Yeah, you might be right.
What is it?
I just came by to make sure you were still alive.
Sorry. I'd come with you if I wasn't hurt.
Yeah, well, I guess that's the problem with older guys, huh? I'll handle things. You just rest.
You think you're Superman or something? Ooh. It's a longer scene than I thought.
Die on me, okay?
No, I always wanted to be him. You know, I always wanted to be him. I see trees of green, red roses too. I see them blue for me and you. Oh shit, look at Robbie getting crushed over here. That's the first. Hey, the game even says, "What a wonderful world." I forgot about that. You know, when you're climbing up, when you're transitioning to the other world hospital, behind the laughing face, it says, "What a wonderful world," written in blood. Oh, I always wanted to be him. The rabbit's all smashed up. This car seems pretty heavy. What happened to the person inside? Cynic with the 13 months. Thank you. Cool detail here as well is that this carousel that we see behind Douglas here, this is the very first image that we see in the game. The game opens with a bird's eye view of this carousel, which is supposed to look like the halo of the sun symbol, the save point. One large outer circle with 3 smaller circles inside. So pretty interesting that it shows up here in this scene, but the game doesn't really put much focus on it, like it does in the opening scene. But this is it. This is where the opening scene takes place. I really like that sort of little motion blur on the lights as well. You only really see it if we move the camera. Or I guess you wouldn't call this a carousel, right? Or this is a teacup ride. Interesting how Heather knows. She can sense that Douglas is pointing his gun at her. Those powers that she has. I wonder, are they starting to awaken more now? You know, Alessa's magical powers. Spiritual powers. There's a dead body inside this box thing. There's nothing interesting here. Oh, this is interesting that they appear in these boxes now as well. Similar to the figures in the caged boxes at the start of the amusement park, except they're, you know, not fully grown figures like this. A bit more deformed. I should watch Silent Hill Revelations one of these days just for a laugh. There's another. There's that same figure down there as well. Pop was a penniless good for nothing. I really don't sound much like Douglas when I do that impression, but I mean, it's a very like hyperbolic version of Douglas. I haven't seen the first film since I was, I don't know, a teenager or something. I don't remember being all that fond of it. I got a doll head. There's a silver cup and candlestick on the table. It looks like it has some meaning, but I really don't know what that is right now. This symbol usually looks unnatural and weird, but here it sort of seems to fit. It still makes me feel creepy though, like someone peeking into my brain. That's similar to the description we get when we interact with the first save point in Silent Hill 2, which feels like a nod to the player controlling the character. Client, Claudia Wolf. Request, searching for then infant Alessa Gillespie, kidnapped by man named Harry Mason. So this must be Douglas's journal, as he was hired by Claudia to find Heather. No word from police. Kidnap location unknown. Old Silent Hill newspaper article. Alessa Gillespie, 7, dead in fire. Links to current case. To be investigated. Priority low. Using alias Heather. Neighbors do not know real name. What is she hiding? Douglas's notebook. So now, if we go back into Douglas's notebook, this is something that's very, very easy to miss. But if we go back into Douglas's notebook and go back to where we were there, what is she hiding? It continues. We don't read the whole thing until we examine it again in our items. There's much more to read here. According to records, 24 years old. Client says looks 17. Plausible? Lived in Portland till 12 years ago. Got wrapped up in a murder case. Harry shot suspect. Justifiable self-defense, so no punishment. Moved away immediately after. Started to use alias. Apparently no connection with the criminal. Just some occult freak, slightly off from way back. Originally from Silent Hill. So again, they're playing around with the age. "17" being Heather's actual age, but then combined with Cheryl's would be 24, adding 7 years. Lived in Portland till 12 years ago, got wrapped up in a murder case. Just some occult freak slightly off from way back. One thing we never did read earlier, um, which we got after Harry's death, Dad's notebook. Dad wrote about my past in here. As always, this should be novelized. I hope this will never come to any use. Maybe it's better if you never know. More than anything else, I fear the possibility of your going away, far from me. But sometimes we have to tell the truth. That's why I'm writing this, before I'm lost in death and oblivion. What happened back then? That has something to do with who you are. It all started 24 years ago. Coming back from a vacation, my wife and I found a baby on the side of the highway. Since we were childless, we thanked God for letting us meet this child, this girl. We took her home. 3 years later, my wife died, and another 4 years later, 17 years ago, I came to Silent Hill. I heard the girl's pleas and took her with me, not knowing why she wanted us to go there. And it was there that the girl went away. Not that she actually went anywhere, nor did she die. Returned to her original self. That's what Dahlia Gillespie said. Cheryl unifying with Alessa, returning to her true self. Original self. That was the young woman burned by her mother as a sacrifice to God, Alessa Gillespie. Half her soul escaped in those flames and went on to live in a baby, in that girl of mine, of ours. 7 years passed before that half a girl returned to Silent Hill and made Alessa whole again. Newly strengthened, she vowed to kill God. God, a fetus nestled into this sacrificial girl's womb, was summoned with the usual rites. This was Alessa's wish, no matter what the outcome, even if her own existence were at stake. But that wish was not granted. My interruption meant she prayed instead for the girl's return. I alone couldn't bring her back. Dahlia did it. I only helped at the birthing ceremony, to bring God out of Alessa. The newly born God wailed once and was dead, all from that girl's, and probably Alessa's, conscious resistance. That's not the end. After God had vanished in a glow of light, Alessa reappeared and gave me a baby. She looked a lot like that girl so long ago. And then Alessa was gone, dead. There was nothing I could have done to help. I simply clutched the baby to my chest and ran off. The whole thing felt like a dream, but I had proof that it wasn't. The girl was nowhere to be found, and in my arms, the baby. Now 17 years have passed. It feels like only yesterday. And again, it feels like a million years ago. I confess I had reservations at first about raising that baby. Could I love her? Her existence was thoroughly unexplainable. I thought she could be that young woman who snatched away my beloved daughter. That led to sadness, anger. There were times when I put my hands around her tiny little throat. Several times I even considered abandoning her. That's what a terrible person I am. But I decided to raise her after all. I just couldn't seem to let her go. When you look at me, you laugh. So even now, I can't forget about that girl. But I love you. I have no doubts about that. That's all I ask you to believe. To my precious daughter, Harry Mason. So interesting. We get another Silent Hill 1 backstory, which sets a few things in stone, I think, regarding, clarifies certain things about Cheryl. And we get to hear Harry's feelings on what happened at the very end of Silent Hill 1. Because, yeah, like, that's all we see at the end of Silent Hill 1. He takes the baby, he runs off. We don't get to see how he felt about all of that, or, we didn't get to see what happened after that. So, just interesting to see how he dealt with all that. And it seems pretty realistic, not really knowing what to do, even thinking about killing it, because it did seem to be this completely supernatural creation, who knows what could come about because of this person's birth. Is it even a real person? As always, this should be novelized. What does Heather mean by that? Is that some kind of nod to Harry's profession as a writer? Like, is it a little joke? Like, has Harry turned his life experiences into novels before? Or that it's well written, or right. As always, I see what you mean. I see. Right, that would make a lot more sense. She's getting ready for it to sound like an in-depth story, tying into Harry's verbosity, I guess, given that he's a writer. She's expecting it to be a long-winded story. Or novels are fictitious. I think she's saying her past was so insane that it could be a novel. You would think it has to do with Harry's writing as well, though, right? This should be novelized. Yeah, I think she's referring to the content of the notebook rather than turning the content of the notebook into something that is novelized. We'll read one of the save memos later, yeah. Another one of these bodies behind the glass there. That is unusual. It's a Snow White doll. It's a Cinderella doll. There's photos on the ground. What's this? One shadow with a shoe. A shoe on the ground, like the red shoe that we found. And the other one is holding something in its hand. There's no knob and no handle on the door. The door is shut tight and won't budge no matter how hard I push. Artemis Prime, how's it going? The playthrough's going well. Hey, Ficane, what's up? So, here's Cinderella. Let's place down the shoe. And in the last area, we picked up a doll head. It'd be cute enough on a normal doll, but just a head, downright creepy. And it's shaped like an apple. That little curve at the top of the head. The chin. And obviously we associate apples with Snow White. You can see the dwarves there as well. Just 3, though. Let's just see if the pictures change after we... No. I won't be doing any Resident Evil today. No. We'll finish off Silent Hill 3 and we'll leave it at that for tonight. But yeah, I'll make sure to toggle back to 60 FPS next time. And here we have a dragon. Does she comment on it? This is the dragon that guards the treasure chests. It's just a prop and not scary at all. Anything else? Oh, Christ. Right, I'm gonna kill some enemies here. Fuck me. Why do you not sound Irish? I do sound Irish, Bunya. I'm offended by the question. Okay. Yeah. Maybe I just don't have a typical accent that you've heard before or something. I don't have a strong Dublin accent or a strong Northern Irish accent. What is this salami? I need to mod you again. I demodded you yesterday by mistake when I timed you out. First time I ever watched Threedogg on the telly, my wife was all of a sudden interested in what the fuck I was watching on Twitch, despite having zero interest in what was actually being played. Only one reason for that. Must have been I must have been talking about ball sucking or something. Ooh, that figure looks different. There's a dead body inside this box thing. There's nothing interesting here. That is kind of interesting. I don't think you see these boxes. I don't think you see these figures anywhere else. We see a lot of figures in these caged, in these boxes, but I think this is the first time we ever see a dead body. That's weird. It's an ice cream store, but there's no one in there. Now, in Silent Hill 1, this is a save point. And you might remember what the save points look like in Silent Hill 1. These notepads. So here we get to read what Harry was writing while he was saving the game. When you interact with the first save point in Silent Hill 1, Harry says, I should write down a note of everything that I encounter here, just in case someone has to go through a similar ordeal someday. They might be able to read what I wrote, so that will help them out somehow. So Harry was taking notes of what he was seeing. And now we get to read what he was writing when we saved the game. Dahlia's the one who said it. Said that girl was a demon, that she took my daughter for a sacrifice. But it's not totally believable. I mean, appearances can be deceiving. When I saw that photo in the hospital basement, I thought, that girl looks like Cheryl. Is that why I feel this way? When we saw the picture of Alessa in the basement's basement. Something's not normal anyway. Nothing good will come of this. But I just can't think of her as a demon. Is it my imagination, or do I actually feel sorry for her? Why do I feel like she's looking for someone to help? Cheryl's what's important to me. Everything else can wait until I've gotten her back. There's a date and a signature at the end. It's dated some 17 years earlier and signed by Harry. Dad? Really cool detail. Pretty easy to miss as well. With all the enemies here, you might just run through this place. That's the only reason I killed all these creatures here, because I wanted to stop and look at that. Okay, where am I going? You know, I said yesterday that the amusement park wasn't really that big of an area, but it is. I forgot. It's not as meaty as the hospital or the church, but it's still pretty long. I guess because it's more linear, you know? Just a different kind of layout. Yeah, it is a pretty fair chunk. Another body lying out here, blending in with the shrubbery. Ooh, the horses look a bit more ominous here with how they're lit. Ticket booth. There's no one here, so I guess I'll just sneak in. This carousel really doesn't look too appealing to me. But I have to go this way. I can feel it. Interesting. Just following her intuition here. There's a memo pinned to the horse's side with a huge nail. When 13 turns count 4, you will die from their curse. If you wish to escape, there is but one way out. To kill before you are killed. You will be saved by the 12th death. So we have a time limit here. We have to kill 12 of these horses before this thing turns around a certain number of times. And we're going to conserve as much ammo as we can, so we're going to use this maul here. I'm not sure what the fastest way of doing this is. I wonder how speedrunners do this. You know, I actually forget what the death is like. I don't think the death is that interesting. I think the place just gets covered in this gas that they're spewing out and you die. I don't think it's a fancy death animation. I played Parasite Eve and Dino Crisis on stream before, but maybe I'll play them again at some point in the future. I really want to play Dino Crisis 2 and Parasite Eve 2 on stream because I never played those. Kind of an absurd little sequence, this. There you go. We're almost done, I think. Three more. I think I played a little bit of one of the Dead Rising games. When I was really young. Or, you know, when I was a teenager. But I really can't remember. I barely played any of it if I did play it. I love how their designs change here. Look at the horses now. Hello, me. Most of them are covered up. I guess apart from that one that's shaking there. Is that the only one? No, there's another one here. It's like we're in some elevator spiraling downward. The carpet on the floor that wasn't here before either. So this boss is called the Memory of Alessa. Okay, I forget how to do this, but I think I want to use the sword. Nice. Perfect. Nope. If you're at close range, she'll try and pistol whip you, which is what I want. So I can just block her again. Oh, really? Oh! Look at that horse mouth just poking out there. That's kind of nasty. Look at that. Oh my god, look at those teeth. The leg, it kind of looks like the carpet pattern is around its leg as well there. I like how they don't all look like that as well, I think, anyway. Or maybe they do. Are the covered up ones all like that? They are. And then you have these ones with their, like, red curtain. With their red dress. I don't think I ever noticed that before, that you can see their mouths poking out like that. That's kind of disturbing. I don't think I played Cold Fear. Ah. Okay, big towel for that. Last phase. Oh my god. I don't believe it! No! I think they're going to force me to kill all the fucking horses again. Okay, they're not. Thank God. Okay. Right, let's do it better this time. We can do it much better than that. Music. Okay, I'm going to let her kill me so we can get our music back. I hope, at least. We get our radio static, at least. Oh, fuck me. I don't want to go back to my last fucking save point, man. Oh my God. Why are we having so many issues with this fucking game this time? Jesus. I never had any of this bullshit last time I played. Okay. Well, I guess I'm gonna restart because I don't want to I'm just trying to think. I know the game does actually cut to silence after this fight. So maybe we'll just try and maybe we'll just deal with it. And then No, because I don't think you get the next save point until you enter the church. Right, fuck it. I'm going to restart the whole thing. One sec, guys. All right, let me go into my options. Maybe that'll fix it if I go into my options and come back out. What? Okay. Well. Well, I guess we're good. I don't know how that happened. I don't know how the options changed like that. But at least we don't have to restart. I can't remember though. Was it turned all the way up like that before? Fuck. Okay, let's do it. Yeah, it sounds about right. Let's do it perfectly this time. What are you doing? Okay, what's next? Handgun? Don't want her to get range this time because she'll shoot at me. So we want to follow her. Oh, really? Pretty nice. Nice. Another one, yes. Oh, get wrecked. Okay, final phase. Let's not die this time. Oh, the poise. Oh, thank God. I thought they changed again, but I think it's the lighting. Or did the colors of the sheets change? They look way more white now. But maybe it has something to do with the lighting. I love how the curtain closes here in the middle as well. We can see the curtains here during the fight, but they're tied up. They're opened and they're tied. We can see the burning figure in the middle, but now they're closed. It would be better for myself to die. After all, it's nothing to be afraid of. That child, that demon. When I think of the endless pain it will bring when it is birthed, I decided that instead of the suffering and cruelty I endured in that sick room, that I would like to bestow a more gentle and peaceful death on myself. Why do I resist? I never thought of myself as such a fool. Alessa, I guess it's kind of strange for me to call you that, since you are me. But you know what? You and I don't think alike, after all. And it's not that I don't remember that sick room either. So this is when Heather fully confronts that side of herself, Alessa, and understands who she really is. Let me catch up here. Okay. And we've stopped. We're no longer descending downwards. These openings, you can see these during the fight as well. Again, this same shape that we've been seeing inside the caged boxes. More womb symbolism. Ugh. Stained by the evils of this world, we hold our sorrows within us. Only you can heal us these wounds. Each morning, afternoon, evening, and night, we call out your name and pray for the day of the miraculous descent. I will give to you unreservedly my body and my eternal soul. Whatever darkness may befall me, I will endure with you beside me. As proof of your miraculous power, guide our obedient and willing souls to the road of paradise, O Lord. We will not give in to the power of temptation as long as we have you in our hearts. O Lord, save us with your compassion. O Lord, shower us with your blessings. O Lord, favor us with your abundance. There's something written on the door. This door is the gate which leads to the road to paradise. Embrace the bosom of the Holy Mother. Admit your sins and be forgiven. Eternal tranquility can be yours.
How did you get here? It was Vincent, wasn't it? He led you here. When will he cease his meddling? But it's just as well. Luring you here also serves my purposes.
Checkmate.
Not yet. The time is not yet at hand. The time when all will be forgiven their sins. When the paradise we have long dreamed for will arrive. After the judgment and atonement, an eternity of bliss. Oh, Alessa, the world you wanted is nearly here.
That's not what I want.
Not you. Alessa, your true self.
But I am Alessa. My little Claudia, my dear sweet sister.
Alessa, is it you? Oh, how I've missed you.
I don't need another world. It's fine the way it is.
But you said it yourself. The world must first be cleansed with fire.
But that's not what I want now.
Alessa, don't Don't you want happiness? Have you become blind to all the hopeless suffering in the world? We all need God's salvation.
Listen, suffering is a fact of life. Either you learn how to deal with that or you go under. You can stay in your own little dream world, but you can't keep hurting other people. Besides, I'll never forgive you for hurting my father.
I wish only for the salvation of mankind. But for that to happen, the world must first be remade. And for that, we need God.
You self-righteous witch! No one asked you to help!
What is growing within you? You despise me, don't you?
You're damn right I do!
That's good.
We have arrived. God, this area is just stunning to look at. The lighting and the colors and the detail and everything during that scene. Look at this place. 2003 video game, by the way. Outrageous. My dear Claudia, my sweet little sister. That's not what I want now. What do we have here? The Eye of Night tarot card. Somehow I remember this stained glass. It shows God and the man and woman who birthed her. I used to come to this chapel all the time when I was a little girl. I came to worship God and to ask for my prayers to be answered. But it wasn't exactly me. It was actually Alessa when she was a little girl. So now that we've confronted our memory of Alessa in the previous area, Heather has a full understanding of that part of herself, of who Alessa was. So now she'll be speaking very openly about Alessa's history in the church. But anyway, none of my prayers were ever answered. There's nothing I can do with the organ. I don't know how to play anyway. One, origin. In the beginning, people had nothing. Their bodies ached and their hearts held nothing but hatred. They fought endlessly, but death never came. They despaired, stuck in the eternal quagmire. Now we get the cult's creation myth here with these gorgeously detailed paintings. I when I play MGS3, you'll often see me point out these paintings in Grannon's lab. You can find some of these paintings in MGS3, except they're extremely low res compared to how they look right here. Two, birth. A man offered a serpent to the sun and prayed for salvation. A woman offered a reed to the sun and asked for joy. Feeling pity for the sadness that had overrun the earth, God was born from those two people. Adam and Eve vibes. 3. Salvation. God made time and divided it into day and night. God outlined the road to salvation and gave people joy. And God took endless time away from the people. Four, creation. God created beings to lead people in obedience to her. The red god, Zushil Bara. The yellow god, Lobsel Vith. Many gods and angels. Finally, God set out to create paradise, where people would be happy just by being there. Zushil Bara is referenced in Silent Hill 2, Born from a Wish, except it's called Zushil Paba, but I think it's probably supposed to be the same god. Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe they're supposed to be different. Maybe it's the same god, but with slightly different names, interpretations. The paintings were done by Hiro Asuda. She worked on this room in Grannon's office as well. Really? You can find high-res versions of those paintings on her Twitter account. Really, Bad Humans. Feel free to link it there if you have it available. 5. Promise. But there God's strength ran out, and she collapsed. All the world's people grieved this unfortunate event, yet God breathed her last. She returned to the dust, promising to come again. Six, faith. So God hasn't been lost. We must offer our prayers and not forget our faith. We wait in hope for the day when the path to paradise will be opened. Look at that symbol on the ground again. That oval shape that we've been seeing throughout the game on all those various cages. Those cage wombs. We'll be seeing something very similar at the end of the game as well. That figure on the left holding a serpent. The man and the woman offering the serpent and the reed. I think so. God was born from those two people. Hey, nice one, Bad Humans. I'll just open that link up for later. Nice. And here we get the very unique map of the church. Drawn by a child. Chapel. And this was actually drawn by one of the developers' kids. I'm not sure if it's known who it was, which developer, but yeah, this was drawn by an actual child. We get the church map, which kind of reminds me of what Vincent said about Claudia's faith in God earlier on. Remember when he said, what you call faith is nothing more than a child crying out for love. That's why you're all alone. I have the feeling that there's someone on the other side of this door, but the door is shut tight, and I can't open it no matter how hard I try. These are the cult scriptures. They don't look worth reading. Creepy looking priest up on the wall there.
Dear God, please forgive me. I know I'll be put to death for the sins I've committed. And I'll go to my death gladly and with a peaceful heart. But please, grant me just a small piece of your everlasting mercy. Let me see my child once within your golden gates. Deliver me not to hell, but to purgatory. Allow me to atone for my sins there. I'll stand within the very flames of redemption, no matter how they burn me. Forgive me for my wicked act of revenge. And deliver the soul of my poor murdered daughter. Please, also care for the soul of the girl whose life I have taken. God, I am a child, trembling with fear as I stare at death. Soothe my tortured soul with your infinite mercy. Please, forgive me.
I'm always surprised by the amount of people that think this is Claudia. It's that is not Donna Burke. That is not Claudia's voice at all. I don't think it's supposed to be any significant character. Say I forgive you. Don't say anything. Where neither choice really feels like the right answer. Yeah, it's absolutely not Claudia. That's not Donna Burke. Completely different accent.
I forgive you.
Thank you, Lord.
Kind of interesting how it parallels her story there parallels Heather's in a way. She wants to be forgiven for her wicked act of revenge. And it seems it has something to do with her child getting killed, someone who killed her child. Heather Heather's father getting murdered, and now she's on this path of revenge. There's nothing more to be said. The forgiving her adds a point to receiving the bad ending, does it? I forgot about that. I mean, I guess that makes sense. In a way. I mean, well, yeah, I don't know. It depends how you feel about it. But that's interesting that the game is sort of passing judgment on what you say there, given that it's quite ambiguous. Who is the woman crying? Just I don't think it's supposed to be anyone significant. Just a follower of the cult. Metaphor for future Heather. Well, Heather doesn't end up killing Claudia, right? Well, I think you're required to forgive in order to get the bad ending, right? It's more than just adding. It's more than like adding a point. If you were to compare it to Silent Hill 2's ending system, where you have all these things that add, that contribute to the ending that you get, it's a bit different here. I think you have to say, I think you're forced to forgive if you want to get the bad ending. I could be wrong, but I think that's how it works. You have to kill a certain amount of monsters in the game and forgive. I don't remember. For some reason, I thought that you had to say nothing to get it, but I think I only ever got that ending twice before, so I can't remember exactly. Forgiving gives like 1,000 points, and killing monsters adds to those points. Really? So maybe I'm wrong. Maybe you don't. Maybe you don't have to forgive, or maybe you don't have to say anything in particular. But that is interesting that it does add to it. I guess it makes sense, given that you're forgiving her for murder and, well, I don't know, just kind of playing into her worship of this pretty evil organization. Saying nothing and just not getting involved in it at all. You might feel bad about it. But, yeah. I would probably agree that forgiving would be the worst of the two. Look at the closers here. Oh my god. They look so weird. Look at that green skin. Something was written here, but it's too faint to read. But why does it give you bad points? What it is morally correct? Well, how do you say that, you know? It's quite ambiguous, I think. Morally correct. But no, if forgiving is what adds to it, I kind of agree that is the worst of the two. That is the most immoral of the two. I would personally, I think it's more immoral to forgive her than to say nothing. But I mean, it depends on your perspective, I guess. No, you can kill loads of people and still get the good ending. You just have to be careful not to kill an insane amount of people. Monsters. Well, they might look like people to you, S-Man. I don't think it even has to be very few, as long as you don't kill an insane amount. Yeah, chances are you'll get the good ending if you're playing normally. You really have to go crazy killing loads of enemies to get the bad ending. Very, very unlikely you'll get it on a first playthrough. Ooh, I love this camera angle. God, the church is amazing in this game. It feels like it feels so much more detailed than every other area. Got a cassette tape. Just simple little rooms like this. They're so, just feel so polished. There are a bunch of papers in this file. I get the feeling that it's a handwritten copy of some book. Represents the deity known as the Halo of the Sun. In heraldry, symbolizes a religious group. The 2 outer circles are charity and resurrection. The 3 inner circles are present, past, and future. Usually drawn in red, occasionally drawn in black or other colors. But blue reverses the meaning into a curse on God and is therefore forbidden. So now we finally get the lore on what this saved symbol means. Represents the deity known as the Halo of the Sun. Resurrection, present, past, and future. Occasionally drawn in black or other colors, but blue reverses the meaning into a curse on God and is therefore forbidden. Remember how at the start of the playthrough when we were in the shopping mall? Before we go through the crescent moon door to fight the penis boss, up above that door you see the Halo of the Sun, and it looks to be drawn in blue, which is quite interesting. I guess it could be like a certain, maybe a different shade of green. It's kind of hard to tell. I think it's blue though, but I always thought that was interesting given what we get here. It's the only place in the game we see it drawn in another color as well, above a very significant symbolic door. The shelves are covered with file folders and boring books. I had to wait 2 days for this explanation. There's no useful information here as far as I can tell. But yeah, I'm not really sure what to make of it. Who put it there? Was it just something inside Heather that placed that symbol there? A part of Alessa putting a curse on God? It kind of reminds me of Alessa planting the seals all over town in the first game. I always thought this was really creepy, the bloody footsteps. And then once the footsteps end, the crying stops. They lead up to this painting here. There's a picture here of an angel flying into the heavens. Nothing special. I get the feeling there's something behind this picture, though. That girl's cries and footsteps disappeared beyond it after all. There's a wheelchair here. Just a plain old wheelchair. I love that. Heather's so desensitized to everything now. Just like, yeah. I mean, of course there's a wheelchair here. These hangars here with the more hospital equipment, these drugs. Throwback to Silent Hill 1. Well, it's more than that, you know. The hospitalization theme is a big part of this game as well. There's wheelchairs all over this game. And early on, when you examine hospital equipment in the game, Heather is like, well, what the hell is this doing here? You know, this isn't a hospital. Why am I seeing wheelchairs in a shopping mall? Why am I seeing a wheelchair down in the sewers? But now she's so used to seeing all this hospital equipment that she's doesn't faze her anymore. Harry has a similar line at the start of Silent Hill 1. Yeah, I think when you see the wheelchair with the spinning wheel in the alleyway during the dream sequence. This circle means reincarnation. That's what it said on that paper back there. So death isn't the end. Pretty good deal if you ask me. Thanks to reincarnation, I died as Alessa, but I'm still living as myself. But you know, just the thought of it is starting to turn my stomach. Belfry. Saint Jennifer. Unwavering faith under death's blade. I think this is the same Jennifer that we see in Rosewater Park in Silent Hill 2. The statue of Saint Jennifer. Unwavering faith under death's blade. I feel like that could kind of tie into the description we get of the statue in Silent Hill 2, which talks about her death or persecution by the Christians. Saint Alessa, Mother of God, Daughter of God. This picture, that's me. I'm holding the baby. And I'm the baby being held. The me that wanted death and disappeared with God 17 years ago. And the me here and now that sought life. Saint Nicholas. Miraculous hands. A doctor of God. I think a lot of people theorize that this is a representation of Valtiel, or the other way around, really, that Valtiel is some manifestation of Saint Nicholas, as he is a sort of he kind of acts as a doctor to God, the attendant that assists with the birth. Alright, let's pass through this door. Speaking of Valtiel, here he is again. What are you up to this time, Valtiel? What are you doing down there? He has his own little crawl space down there. What are you doing, man? What is this about? This covered with a sheet. Nope, I won't even peek. Let's take a look at our map. Love the design of this place. Jesus. I think someone's bugging out here. Ha! Ooh! Silent Hill's Ancient Gods, a study of their etymology and evolution. What a mouthful. There is no religion that has remained unchanged from the moment it was founded. This one is no exception. When this religion fell into the hands of immigrants, it was deeply influenced by their own by their own original Christian beliefs. For example, the traditional representatives of these primal gods may be given the names and descriptions of Christian angels. Thus, shared characteristics begin to appear. There is also one rare example of the chief deity, creator of paradise or lord of serpents and reeds, being dubbed with a demon's name. Lord of serpents and reeds, again tying back to the creation myth that we read about those two Adam and Eve figures offering up a serpent and a reed. The man who offered up the serpent and the woman who offered up the reed. And then they were dubbed the creators of God. Of course, this was not done by believers, but by their opponents. The Ito posted on Twitter as well regarding God's design in this game. That figure at the bottom left there with that sort of halo around her. That face looks an awful lot like God's face at the end of the game when we fight it. And Ito was saying that the face was the same face as Mary's from the end of Silent Hill 2, or the Maria, the final boss fight with Maria, the final boss fight of the game. That version of Maria, that face that she has. Ito was saying that he used that face again because he didn't, and it wasn't for any real meaningful reason. He was just said he was limited with, he didn't have much time to design the creature. He said he had like 3 days or something to design the creature, so they had to use bits and pieces from other models in the series. I think he said like the arms were taken from Pyramid Head and Valtiel or something like that. It's like the creature is a mishmash of various designs where he took the face from Maria at the end of 2 and took some other body parts from other creatures. But yeah, if you look at the face, it really does look a lot like Maria's face. During that fight, at least. Her face in that model, in that monster model. I got the Moon Tarot card.
Hiya, Heather.
You show up everywhere, don't you?
You make me sound like some kind of unwanted pest.
Well, who are you anyway?
Haven't you realized that yet?
Yeah, you're on Claudia's side.
I told you not to put me in the same category as that mad woman.
Well, you're pretty loony yourself.
It's true. We believe in the same God. But I'm quite sane.
So why did you help me out then? Was that also part of trying to resurrect God?
It's not uncommon for people to worship the same God and still disagree.
God? Are you sure you don't mean devil?
Whichever you like. The point is that now I really am on your side. I don't want God to be born. Wouldn't be convenient. Much too unpredictable.
So you've been using me to stop Claudia, is that it? Do your own dirty work.
My dirty work? I think we both had our own interests in mind. You hate her too, don't you? You're the only one who can get it done. I don't have powers like you two. Besides, I always hated getting all hot, sweaty.
Oh, really?
I'm just looking out for myself. Everyone does it. Don't stand there looking so smug. You're the worst person in this room. You come here and enjoy spilling their blood. And listening to them cry out. You feel excited when you step on them and snuff out their lives.
Are you talking about the monsters?
Monsters? They look like monsters to you? Oh no. Don't worry. It's just a joke. By the way, I forgot to ask you. Did you get the Seal of Metatron?
What's that?
You don't have it? Leonard was carrying it.
You mean this thing?
Yes, that's it. As long as we have that, we're fine. Here, take this.
So good. I love how the music is timed so perfectly at the end there. This, when he hands her the book, you hear that swirling sound come back in. Just feels perfectly timed. We get the book, Otherworld Laws. The iconic scene there with the iconic line. They look like monsters to you. I love how he just segues from that afterwards as well. You know, he walks off over here, turns his back. By the way, did you find the Seal of Metatron? So are the creatures something else than monsters to the other characters? Well, there's another line in that scene which might tie into that. When Vincent says, when he's comparing himself to Claudia, and he says, "It's true, we both believe in the same God. But I don't want God to be born. It wouldn't be convenient." And Heather says, "Are you sure God is the right word? Do you not mean devil?" And he just goes, "Yeah, whatever you like. Whichever you like. Your perspective can be different to mine. Sure, I see it as a god, but if you see it as a devil, sure. Yeah, why not?" And I guess it could tie into what we just read in this book here. Where is it? Wait, didn't this say something that kind of tied in with that? Creator of paradise, of Lord of serpents, being dubbed with a demon's name. Yeah, just angels and demons being one and the same depending on the perspective. But yeah, maybe Vincent doesn't see them as monsters. Maybe he sees them as gods, angels, or maybe he's just fucking around with Heather. He does like to troll and manipulate. He's the ultimate schemer. But at the end of the game, he says something to Claudia, which heavily implies that he doesn't really see any beauty in this. At the end, there's a scene much later with Claudia when he says, "If this truly is God's work, then she has lousy taste." "Isn't this all just your personal nightmare like Alessa's 17 years ago?" That's what he says to Claudia about the state of this church and what it is. So yeah, I think he's just kind of toying with Heather there more than anything. I think he probably does see them as monsters as well. There's a book on tarot here. Tarot was based on the 22 Hebrew consonants and is said to represent the entire world. Each card, numbered 0 through 21, has a particular meaning. By reading these cards, fortune tellers predict the future. For example, the first card, the Magician, signifies creation, wisdom, beginnings, or destruction and fraud. The second card, the High Priestess, denotes intuition, harmony, faith, or dogmatism and arrogance. According to some texts, the Gardener deck had more than 22 cards. The Gardener deck does not exist today. It is mentioned only in the literature. It is said that these extra cards were based on lost Hebrew vowels and denoted an otherworldly, transcendental existence, i.e., God. Let's take a look at the Otherworld Laws, which Vincent gave us. A big old book I got from Vincent in the archives. The magic square with strong protective and dispelling properties is called the Viren 7 Crest, or the Seal of Metraton. It will bring results regardless of whether the target is good or evil. Its strength, therefore, places a very high burden on the caster. As it is also difficult to control, it is not usually used. This is why it bears the name Metraton after the angel Metatron or Metraton, also known as the agent of God. So this relates to the seal that we were given, which Vincent wants us to use. So I guess this is he gave us the instruction manual here as well for the seal, it seems. It will bring results regardless of whether the target is good or evil. Its strength therefore places a very high burden on the caster, as it is also very difficult to control. It is not usually used. And when we try and use this later on, Claudia calls it a piece of junk. We don't actually use this at all. But I'm not sure if it's because it's completely useless or if it's tied to the fact that, you know, it needs to be used in a certain way and, you know, it places a high burden on the caster. You know, maybe Heather just doesn't really know how to use it or how to cast something by utilizing it. And Vincent just assumes that that she does because Alessa utilized this seal in the first game. Maybe that's why he just assumes that she will be able to use it because Alessa used it and he sees her as being the same person as Alessa. I'm not really sure. I thought it was more about these creatures are a creation made by Heather in a way. He questions why she would make something like a god but sees them as monsters. Why would a god make life monstrous? Monstrous must have lousy taste. Well, I don't think everything, all the monsters here come from Heather's mind or anything. I'm not sure if any of them do. During the first scene with Claudia, and when Heather asks Claudia about the monsters and where they come from, Claudia says it's the hand of God. So maybe it's the god that's growing inside her that's giving life to these monsters. And then there's Vincent who seems to suggest that some of them come from Claudia as well. You know, Vincent says that to Claudia. Isn't this your own personal nightmare, just like Alessa's 17 years ago? Not Heather's personal nightmare. He suggests that it's hers, that it's Claudia's. And then there's the scene with the missionary where she seems to have like authority over the monsters. Claudia sends the missionary monster to attack Heather. She ordered it to kill Harry. So the monsters can take orders from Claudia as well, which is interesting. So it's really not clear cut at all in this game where these monsters are coming from. And in Silent Hill 2, it's much clearer. And in Silent Hill 1. But in this game, it's really not as clear. But then when it comes to Vincent's line, again, getting back to Vincent being the ultimate schemer, it's hard to take everything he says at face value. When he talks about, isn't this just your personal nightmare? Does that mean that all of what we're seeing comes from Claudia? I don't know. Maybe it still comes from the god that's in Heather. But it is something that Claudia wants, This is something that Claudia is wishing for, so it would still make sense that Vincent would say that. It could still be, you could still refer to it as Claudia's nightmare, even if it isn't coming from her directly. But yeah, it's hard to say with certainty what's really happening with the monsters and where they're coming from and who has the control. Okay, let's take this elevator down. I love the positioning of this elevator. The design of this whole place is quite strange. door's open. Inside, there's someone wrapped in a bag. Maybe. No, they're definitely dead. With this rotting stench throughout the place, anyone can guess what's inside. I'll just want to puke if I take a look. There's nothing worthwhile here. All these bodies on the floor wrapped in plastic. What a nightmare. I'm just glad they don't seem about to get up anytime soon. This body into this hole. Oh, the lighting here, man. Look at this. This room looks just like Dad's. It's more than just a resemblance. Dad's not sleeping in the bed, though. So we walk through a random door in the church, and now we're back in our house. So this is surely coming from Heather's mind. There's a musty diary on the bed. This writing, is this Dad's diary? Why would it be here? I sometimes have the sense, even now, that that girl is a reincarnation of Alessa. I don't worry about it much now. That's all forgiven. You were unloved, Cheryl. Or was that Alessa? Now Cheryl is Alessa again. No matter whose reincarnation she may have been, that girl was my most beloved treasure. But that name was a mistake. At the time, I thought of her only as a replacement for my lost Cheryl. When she knows the truth, will she feel bad? That's what worries me. Thanks, Dad. So I was Alessa after all. But I do have just a trace of one more memory left. I haven't forgotten my sweet and gentle mother. So I think she is referring to Cheryl's mother, Harry's wife. But before she died. But part of me always wondered, is she talking about Dahlia there? Before Dahlia went insane. Could it be little Alessa's memories of Dahlia before she went completely nuts? Probably not. That I do like that idea, but I don't think that's what it means. Although the bookshelf and books are all the same as Dad's. Wait, what did that say? None of the books catches my eye, although the bookshelf and books are all the same as Dad's. Why bother with the phone? I know it's not connected. Man, I can't get enough of the visuals in this room. So good. Oh, there's more stun gun batteries here as well. There's a mystery novel here. It's the same one Dad was reading. Okay. Let me just check that other door. There's Valtiel again, smacking that nurse. Doing weird shit with the Brookhaven nurse. Here we go again. The footsteps leading to something in the wall. I don't think the nurse has anything to do with Lisa Garland. They're not called Fukuro nurses either. The Fukuro lady is not in the game. That's a misconception. Then the crying stops. Ooh, look where we are. Look at this, man. We're back. We're back in Alessa's sick room. Looks like there's some kind of drug here. But there's just a name on the label. No description or anything. It's too risky. Never mind. It's a picture of me when I was 7. I look bored and sad. Well, of course I do. I was always like that back then. So cool seeing these rooms in much more detail now. We'll see another room from Silent Hill 1 later as well. Picture up here. There's a picture here, but it's not my style at all. It looks kind of grisly. It looks like some religious painting of someone dying. Someone laid out dead. A real picture? This one? Is it based on a real painting? I have no idea. I'm not sure. There's something stuck in this book. I skipped it, but we got a tarot card. We'll take a look at it after. This book. I feel like I have to read it, but at the same time, I don't want to. Aglophitous. Red liquid or crystals resembling blood. According to the Kabbalah, the name is taken from an herb with the power to dispel evil spirits. It is said to grow in Arabian deserts. It may be vaporized or applied as a poultice to guard against demons. It is powerful, but as it is rare, it is extremely difficult to obtain. So again, Aglophitous from Silent Hill 1. Which is the red liquid that we have in our pendant. Same red liquid. What tarot card did we just pick up? Eye of Night? Found this in the chapel. Is this a real tarot card, though? The Fool. This was in my old room. In a hospital room. What did this one mean again? And the Moon tarot card. Found this in the archives. I don't think it's an especially good tarot card. I wish we could get a close-up of the picture like we do in Silent Hill 1. Oh, hello? I don't think you were here earlier, were you? Still going. There's another one right there. I'm gonna leave him there for now. Another iconic image from this game. Two girls behind the curtains, I was gonna say. The curtains. One is slightly smaller than the other, though. One represents Cheryl, one represents Alessa. You would think, anyway. 14-year-old Alessa, 7-year-old Cheryl. That piece of paper in front of Altiel as well. Is he following instructions? Disturbing. I feel like he's turning the valve more slowly here as well compared to before. Looks like he's really sort of struggling to move it there. I wonder what that's supposed to mean, if anything. And what does the valve turning mean in general? Just symbolizing his assistance with the birth, like making sure things are flowing correctly. Two beds as well here. Two figures, two beds. I don't think he's having second thoughts. Maybe it's just, you know, it's coming to the end now. This is the crunch period for Valtiel. The time is nigh. Bloody hand? I don't think so. We can't shoot him or do anything with him, no. Look where we are, back in Alessa's bedroom. I got a brass key. No, it wasn't me. Alessa wrote this a long time ago. That chapel altar. It wasn't that one beautiful chapel. It was some other altar somewhere else. Remember this from Silent Hill 1? We had the main, we had the antique shop. Remember that little homemade chapel in the antique shop in the back? I think that's what she's referring to here. The secret altar. Alessa's room. Did she say anything about the butterflies? No. There are playing cards on the floor. I used to play a lot. I remember little Claudia always had a hard time winning. That made her cry. So Alessa's memories of Claudia, they grew up together, used to be friends, used to play together as kids. Tying into the cards that we see in Midwich Elementary and Silent Hill 1 as well. These cards are here in Alessa's room in the first game too. But we get a bit more context now. Now that we're seeing things from Alessa's perspective, we get to see why these cards meant so much to her. We just get a brief understanding in Silent Hill 1. You know, we see the cards strewn about in Midwich. We know that it has some connection to Alessa and her childhood, but here we see why they were so meaningful to her. In Silent Hill, the other world is kind of associated with the lake, right? It's the mist and fog that comes off the lake, if I remember correctly. In Silent Hill 3, it comes through the bath. So water is the key thing. Oh, you're meaning with regards to the valves turning? Yeah, I guess it could tie in with that. Like flowing water. Yeah. I don't think you get yeah, no, that sounds about right. This is some sort of landscape. Where is it from again? Well, it doesn't matter. Doesn't look like anything we see in these games, I don't think. That's interesting. I used to take these dolls with me when I went to bed. Scarlet and... Damn, I forgot the other one's name. In fact, I don't even know which one is Scarlet. Guess that's Dahlia. But yeah, regarding the valve turning, I'm not sure if it has anything to do with... Well, it is interesting how when we go to the hospital otherworld for the first time, we do see Valtiel turning the valve as we go up that ladder. As we're transitioning from one side to the other, we see him turning that valve. But here it's a bit different. You know, we don't see him turning the valve as we're passing through to another part of the church. He's just kind of there, and it seems to be associated with the birth of the god in some way. You know, with those two versions of Alessa up there on the wall and him turning this valve in between both of them. A memo book. Something is written inside. Here again, this is one of Harry's save points from Silent Hill 1, so we'll get to read his thoughts. She's just beyond this door. I don't know how, but I can sense it. But she's not the only one there. I sense the presence of something extremely dangerous, even sickening, or maybe what they call God. Nevertheless, I will open the door. Enough of this idle chit-chat. God I am not, but I fully intend to save her. No, them. The last entry was written some 17 years ago. It looks like Dad wrote this too. The same pictures from Silent Hill 1 as well here. There's the dogs that we fight in Silent Hill 1. And those winged creatures. This is a closet. It's meaningless to me. I don't have time to wax nostalgic over these old clothes. The scribbling on the floor here is Alessa's. For some reason, she always drew monsters like this when she was alone. She used to draw with Claudia, too. A nice daddy and mommy and a fun school. A happy world where everyone smiled and laughed all day long. In short, everything we never had. My clothes from when I was 7. They don't fit me now. Good thing, too. So the monster here looks a lot like the closer, doesn't it? We have one smaller figure in red, then one very tall figure in green with those giant arms. Big, bulky thing. We see a similar picture here in Silent Hill 1, except it looks a little bit less like the closer. It's still a small figure and a tall figure, both which look humanoid, but looks more like a closer here. Do we get any description? I kind of imagined it like the valve has been turned as far as it'll go, its maximum flow, so it's not budging anymore. But he's still trying to assist the birth. That's a cool way to look at it. What is he even doing there as well? You know, like, how is this assisting with the birth? Is it creating, is it bringing these monsters to life here? Is it creating all this stress out of, from Heather that nurtures the god? Because that's what the god needs, right? It needs all the things you wouldn't want from a normal pregnancy. It needs stress and hatred and all these negative emotions. So I guess it would make sense if Valtiel is like bringing this world to life. This is my sketchbook from 17 years ago. On the front cover here is a picture of Dad. Really awful work. Same thing that we see in the first game, Cheryl's picture book. What's this doing here? I had a dream. In my dream, I opened a door. But was that really me? I had a different name. And a load of letters drawn out in little boxes. 5 are true and 4 are lies. And there are some fibs mixed in with the truth. That's because it's scary to write only the truth. But dreams are like lies after all. A fib is a lie. Don't be telling fibs. Okay, so we cannot do this tarot card puzzle yet. We need to go back and find some more cards first, and then we'll come back and we'll deal with that puzzle. Hold on, actually, let me just read this one more time. Is a fib more like a small lie, a white lie? 5 are true, 4 are lies, and there are some fibs mixed in with the truth. Right. Okay, well, we did find a brass key in that room as well. This was the model for my old room key. Okay. I think I missed a tarot card in one of these rooms down here. Hey, there it is. Hanged Man. Love this elevator. Okay, where am I going? Back out here. Valtiel, what are you doing crawling around down there? Now when we come back to this room, oh god, it quickly just gets covered in blood. Where am I? Where am I going? What am I doing? The walls bleeding and flaming. Flaming blood is what this looks like. Maybe this is what Valtiel was doing when he was turning those valves. That's pretty wild, isn't it? I forgot to come here a bit earlier. You can see a gradual transition here. If you come back to this area, like halfway through the church section, you'll see the walls slowly start to bleed. You'll just see like a slow bleeding effect, and then it eventually transitions to this. And this is where we use the brass key. Get out of my way! Where am I going? Oh my god. Oh, it's a fucking troll room. There's nothing in here. Go, 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 go. What are these? Letters? No, maybe a bunch of suggestions? People are starting to voice their dissatisfaction about Father Vincent using the organization's money for his own personal benefit. I've also heard rumors that Father Vincent has been extorting donations from some followers. Is he really the right person for such a position? I'm in no place to deny all he's done to make the organization grow. even though we believe in God, if there were some sort of gathering, shouldn't we be valued not for our limited talents or our talkativeness, but for the depth of our faith? LS. So again, we get to see what Vincent is really after here. Kind of ties in with that scene earlier where he said, you know, I know the pleasures of this world, and I want to find my happiness while I'm still here. He's just really in it for the money and the power. He doesn't want this god to be born. Again, very similar to Kaufman in that way. There's a tape deck here. It looks perfectly usable. I don't think so, Cool Man. I remember Twin Perfect had something against the use of the order, because in Japanese it doesn't say the order and it just refers to them as the cult or something like that. But hearing what Blaustein had to say about translating the games, apparently he had you know, he had a lot of contact with Owaku over the script of the game. So I think it may have been, you know, it might have been something that they wanted. Or at least something that was decided between Blaustein and the original writer. So I don't know. I'm not sure if it is. I think it's, you know, I think it probably is supposed to say that, but I'm not sure. There's no label, but the tab's been removed. It might be worth checking out.
Do you know about what happened here 17 years ago? You've been here a long time. You must have heard some details.
A group of pagans, blinded by earthly desires, spit in the very face of God. They tried to use the seal of Metatron to prevent God's awakening. But God drove the unbelievers away and threw them into the abyss. But due to their wickedness, God was unable to be born properly. And so, she has slumbered ever since, in the womb of the Holy Mother, until the time of the awakening. That's all that I know.
That's it, huh? Well, thanks.
Father Vincent, I heard that the Holy Mother has been found. Is it true?
Alessa has been found? Did Claudia say that?
Yes.
Then it must be true. Her sight rarely fails her.
Bless the Lord.
Maybe it's because of her great faith. But I could never be like her. I wouldn't want to.
Nor I. The truth is, Sister Claudia frightens me a little.
Well now, let's both show our faith by forgetting about this little talk, okay?
Yes, but does that mean this land will finally be the home of eternal paradise?
If God wills it, my sister. If God wills it.
Okay, who is that talking there? Who's talking to Vincent? Just a follower of the cult. No main character in particular. So what is Vincent trying to get out of her there? He sounded very disappointed when she just went on a spiel about the the teachings of the cult. Seemed like he was trying to manipulate her to get information that would, get him some money or something. I really like how the church sequence here starts to... Claudia really gets painted as a tragic character by the end. Getting to hear about her childhood with Alessa. Kind of similar to Walter, where you kind of end up feeling sorry for them a bit just because they were brainwashed from such a young age. Where they're just kind of beyond saving now, they're too lost. Fuck, I went back in. Jesus, okay. I didn't go through these. Oh no, what a fucking mess. The High Priestess tarot card, which is the last one we need. The name Claudia Wolf is written very small on the cover. Looks like this is her diary. November 10th. She didn't die then. She was born. I knew that for a fact. But then why haven't I found her yet? They were supposed to need her power to build paradise for the happiness of the people. She was supposed to be reborn for that. I'd really like to see her. November 14th. Read the Book of Praise. I want to thank Father for lending me such an invaluable book. I found what I'd been searching for in there. How to awaken God. But it's much too cruel. Will I be able to pull it off when I see her? November 16th. I was free all day, so I read a modern history of refugees and young slaves, child exploitation. I don't want to be a mere bystander in this world. I can't do anything now, though, and that's what's hard. There's an old birthday card on the desk. So she was still hanging on to this. To little Claudia, happy 6th birthday. I love you as if you were my real sister. Here's to you. So yeah, Claudia, her heart was in the right place. Just led astray. Is the implication there that she's fixated on remedying abuse because she was abused herself? I guess that could tie into it as well. Yeah, given that she was abused by her father. Young slaves, child exploitation, that she was like subconsciously relating to that, and that's why she read it. Strange thing to read randomly. Yeah. I didn't really think about it in that way, but I guess it would make sense. I just thought maybe these were books that the cult had around, We're going to bring about paradise and we'll be able to stop all these horrible things that are happening in the world. But yeah, that wouldn't, it would tie into her past as well. That might be it. Oh, here we are. back in Midwich Elementary. There's a ratty old notebook on the podium. Oops. And there's a letter stuck in here too. Let's see. There's a girl named Alessa in my class. If your memory is any good, you may remember her. She's the one I said they called a witch. Most likely her mother is abusing her. I've never seen her come in without some sort of scrape or bruise. Her expression is pitifully dark for a 6-year-old. Something like this may not be so uncommon. Rather than coming up with pointless ideas, it's best just to watch and wait. But isn't there something I can do to help? I'm considering consulting a lawyer, but I do have my reservations. That's why I thought I'd ask you, my friend, for your opinion first. Kay Gordon. Another nice little tie-in to Silent Hill 1. One of Alessa's teachers. We go through, we get a key for his house at the end of the school sequence in Silent Hill 1. And he's the only teacher left on the list of teachers when you look at the list at the end, which kind of highlights his significance. You get the impression that he must have been Alessa's teacher in Silent Hill, but that's all we get. We don't get any other information about him other than that. Go home. Drop dead. Thief. This used to be Alessa's. I mean, this was my desk once upon a time. Same thing from Silent Hill 1. Do we have the dog here? Wolf. Yeah. This is a picture of a wolf. It looks like a dog, but it says wolf and everything, so... I think that's all we get here. Okay, let's go back. Get out of my way! Oh, God. Nice. Ah, this area is being corrupted. We didn't see this before. Look at this. Go! Oh, avoided both of them. I thought the game froze there for a second. Oh, Valtiel, you're looking very different now. You're all silhouetted or something. Oh, and now when I shine my light, you actually look okay. There we go. Maybe he always looks like that if you have your light turned off. Crazy designs on that wall. Just streaks of blood, I think. Okay. So now that we have all the tarot cards, let me just save. Now that we have all the tarot cards, we can solve the puzzle. I had a dream. In my dream, I opened a door, but was that really me? I had a different name. Then we get a nice view of all these letters. And then 5 are true, 4 are lies. And there are some fibs mixed in with the truth. That's because it's scary to write only the truth. But dreams are like lies after all. So, we have 5 tarot cards that we need to use, I think. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If we examine the tarot cards, we can see Roman numerals at the top. See there we have 2, the High Priestess, just like her. We found it in that room that dealt with Claudia as well. Didn't this card mean something like genuine belief? Of course, that would tie in well with Claudia as well. Very unlike Vincent. Claudia, who believes wholeheartedly in what she's doing and the good intentions behind it. The Hanged Man. This was in that mortgage place. It's such a pitiful card. And here we have 12 at the top. The Moon tarot card. Found this in the archives. I don't think it's an especially good card. XV111. The Fool. 0. This was in my old room. In a hospital room. What did this one mean again? And the Eye of Night. Found this in the chapel. Is this a real tarot card, though? I don't think this is a real tarot card. In real life. Found this in the chapel. XX11. So the key here is to look at these groups of letters and form Roman numerals out of them. We have groups of 6 in little boxes. So on the top left, we have 2. We remove NG, O, and E, and we get 2 I's. So do we have a tarot card for that? Do we have a tarot card that says 2? If we do, we'll put that up in the top left corner. High Priestess. So let's stick the High Priestess up there. That's another thing as well. Obviously, we can correspond the groups with the door, the indentations. We have 9 slots. We have 9 groups here. And we just have to correspond. The second one is WXXI. Is that an F? IFI? XXII. I think. But I'm not sure if we have one that says XXII. We have XII. X11. No, that's not correct. Oh, Eye of Night. Eye of Night. The next one, we will remove N and A, and then we're left with XV11. Do we have XV11? We have XV111. So no. We'll get rid of that completely. After that, we have MOXXON. So we would turn that into XX, I guess. But I don't think we have one that says XX, do we? No. The next one, NOTHNG. We're not seeing anything there, right? So we'll come back to that later. XVH111. XV111. I'm pretty sure we have one for that, don't we? There it is, XV111. So we'll stick that one over here, I think. After that, XAAJ11. Now we can just look at which one this is and just find it. X11. Which is that one? X11. I think. Next one is XX11 and then CCXIHT. Okay, so now all we have left is the Fool, which just says 0, which is unusual. So I think, well, the way you figure this out is which one doesn't have any Roman numerals? Which one doesn't have anything? It's the one in the middle. HNGNOT. And maybe you could look at the O as representing the 0 or something like that. But yeah, which one stands out? Which one is the odd one out here? Kind of like we have one card that's the odd one out. Which one here is the odd one out? It has to be the middle, right? NOTHNG. And that's it. There we go. Pretty cool puzzle. The normal mode version of this puzzle is great as well. I think I prefer the normal mode puzzle of this one. But that one's pretty cool as well.
I want? Well, for the two of you to die, that would be nice. Then I could relax.
When did you stop believing in God? God lives. Just look around you.
But I do believe in her. In my own way. I fear her, and I adore her. But I haven't lost my mind like you. You think that this is the work of God? Isn't this all nothing more than your own personal nightmare? Just like Alessa 17 years ago? If this really is the work of God, then I'd say she has lousy taste.
You mock God? Traitor. You will go to hell.
Not that again! Who do you think you are, claiming to know God's will?
Go home, Vincent.
Home. This church is my home. I built it with my power. The power of money that you view with such scorn. Although I admit that this atrocious scenery is all yours.
If you continue to get in my way,
Did you kill me? Well. Well. The guest of honor has arrived. Let's get this party started. Heather, go ahead and kill this crazy bitch. This demon who claims to speak for God. The time has come. You can kill her now.
you'll go to hell!
What did you do?
Nothing important.
You're not going to run? I guess this is the end.
No, the beginning. As Vincent said, the time has come. Alessa, I'm saddened that you didn't agree to this on your own. But I thank you for nurturing God with all the hate in your heart. It's time for mankind to be released from the shackles of sin which bind them.
But a god born from hatred can never create a perfect paradise.
Happy people can be so cruel. Is it so hard to believe that sympathy could be born out of pain and suffering? Why do you reject God's mercy? Why do you cling to this corrupt world? You know that only God can save us.
And save you too? Happy ending? I'd rather go to hell.
No, I don't expect to be saved. And that's fine. Alessa, my dearest. For the pain that I've caused you, I deserve no mercy. Even if it was to save mankind. It was too deep a sin. It was hubris for me to try to hasten the day of her arrival. Sacrifices were made. And those are my sins.
If you feel so guilty about it, why don't you go to hell? Heather, use the seal.
Vincent? The seal of Metatron?
Now your stupid dream is over.
Oh, that's just a piece of junk. What do you think you can do with that? Do you really think it can kill God? I'm sorry to see you fell for my father's foolishness.
What?
You're pathetic. But God loves even you. Now, Alessa, there's nowhere else to run. Just accept it, Alessa. The pain will disappear. Waiting so long for this. Even as a child, I knew I would see the coming of this day. I knew I would be a witness to it. Judgment Day. Alessa?
Shut your stinking mouth, bitch!
A Galaphagus. I choose you.
What are you doing?
Dad.
She is nearly here. Alessa, what have you done? What did you swallow? What is this?
Looks like God didn't make it.
Stop! God is...
Claudia!
Alessa, you cannot kill God. I will burn God.
Oh, man. I love how repulsive that scene becomes. It just, so, twisted. The, Heather's vomiting sound is amazing. When she pukes up the god for the first time, the sound that plays there. And then when Claudia eats it. Just obscene. The floor here, I think, is supposed to look like a ripped open womb. We see that same oval symbol on it before it gets ripped open, which is, you know, what we've been seeing all over the game with the caged creatures inside. Cool, man. You were saying that you don't like the theme that plays there, the piano theme. I really like it. I think it works. I guess you think it sounds like too sinister or something. I've always really enjoyed that scene. This area as well is a recreation of the very first area in the church. Something I didn't notice when I first played this, but look at this. You have the paintings all laid out. It's not exactly the same, but you know, we have the creation myth paintings all laid out in the same way here. Apart from that one, we don't see that painting. I guess that's a representation of paradise, perhaps. Looks like there's some Latin or something written on it. Kind of hard to make out.
Can't be dead. I was gonna kill you. This is God?
All right, let's kill God. There's Claudia's robe on the ground. Oh! Whack! 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 No! Whack! There we go. We're getting some nice hits in here. Oh, I think we're in the perfect spot. Nice! Oh my god. There's a particular point here where you have iframes. Here we go again. We're on normal difficulty, so this shouldn't be too bad. This fight can be pretty insane on hard mode. Yes, keep missing those swipes. Yeah, we're going full on cheese here. Fuck. How's my health looking? Okay, let's use all the submachine gun ammo we have this time. Hard to tell if those shots are even registering. They're registering.
Is that the end? I guess it's time to roll the credits. You're still alive.
Heather,
joke.
You've got terrible
I'm
taste.
sorry.
Heather, did
You
you...
don't have to call me that. I'm not hiding anymore.
You want me to use your real name? What was it again?
Cheryl. The name my father gave me.
You gonna let your hair color go back too?
I don't know. Don't you think blondes have more fun?
There we go, everyone. Thanks for watching Silent Hill 3. I hope you enjoyed it. We'll have to play some more Silent Hill again soon. Enjoy the credits.
Spoke of tortured souls, so outrageous the toll. You can lose all you have. He refused to give in to the town that takes all. Survive. You must have the will. This movie doesn't end the way we want all the time. Then he shouts at the moon, she's gone, and fear has overcome. He was walking the mile. He was walking alone. So outrageous the toll. You can lose all you have. He refused
I won't be playing anything else tonight. I'll be leaving it there.
to the town that takes all.
That was a fun playthrough, though.
Survive.
Thanks for being here, everyone.
You must have
Who will?
this movie doesn't end the way we
Maybe someday, Lupus.
all the time. When he shouts at the moon, she's gone, and fear has overcome. He was walking the mile. He was walking alone. 420 dead birds, they bleed upon the nest. There was no time for reasons. They had no sign of the threat. Now it's too late for me.
I'm not sure what I'll be doing now after my Silent Hill
And surely
playthroughs.
too late.
I'll think about it.
For me, this town will win. Through this fog they came along. Dark creatures singing a terrible song. The rest of the body I felt like regretting. They found him dead the very next day. No more stories from him. We blamed bad luck.
Well, I'm in the middle of an RE1 playthrough, you know.
Felt terror.
I'll be continuing that soon.
She and he will know that someday
All right, get ready for the amazing post-credits theme. There we go. This track, I love it. Here's all my shitty stats. Action level, normal. Riddle level, hard. 5 stars, 5 glowing stars. 3 stars for action level. Clear time, 1 star. Because we're doing a story playthrough, we don't give a shit. It was way longer than 9 hours. It doesn't count cutscenes, loading times, memos, maps. There's all my boss kill times. Good score for God. And Leonard. Most of the bosses. "27 saves, continues." Ooh, good item number. Yeah, you need to kill way more enemies to get a higher rank there. Here it comes. Here it comes. Hey! So good. All the results screens are amazing. But I think this has to be my favorite one. They all have great theme songs. But this one has to take it, I think. Silent Hill 2's is amazing as well. I love Silent Hill 1's as well, and 4's. Extra new game has been added to the start screen. What are you talking about, Tyrese? This one comes after the Silent Hill 1 alien ending? Oh, right, I see what you're talking about. You're talking about your favorites, right. I'm still not really sure what you mean, but I think I kind of understand you. Yeah, I'm just not really sure what you're saying about the song. Fulfill the conditions for the hidden weapon, flamethrower. They sound like they belong together. Ah, okay, okay. There we go. There we go. All right, guys. Thanks for watching. I hope you enjoyed Silent Hill 3. We'll play this again, I'm sure. Part of me wants to play these games again sometime soon, just to do some other stuff, like go through Silent Hill 2 and show some of the other endings. Maybe show extra riddle difficulty, do a playthrough where we go through extra riddle mode, because a lot of people don't know about extra riddle mode. Show the UFO ending, the rebirth ending, the dog ending. And yeah, get another one of the main endings as well. Part of me wants to try out a 10-star playthrough as well. I never went for a 10-star run in any of these games ever, so that might be something fun to do. So yeah, we'll see. Guys, thanks for being here. Hope you had a good time. It's always great coming back to this series once a year, twice a year sometimes. Cheers, everyone. I'll see you again soon. I'm not sure what I'll be playing next. I'm not sure if I'll be streaming tomorrow. I'll let you know anyway if I am. Join my Discord just to keep up to date with the channel if you like. Follow me on Twitter, !Discord, !Twitter if you want to follow me there. And yeah, I'll keep you posted. Till next time, everyone. Have a good one. Peace. Foxhound, thank you for the sub as well. Cheers. Lupus with the 5-pack as well. Let me just check my other subs as well to see if I'm behind on thanking people. Fuck, I think I'm a good bit behind, actually. I think I forgot about thanking subs like 3/4 of the way through the stream. Foxhound, thank you again for the tier 1. Cena with the 8. Caster with the 3. Kadu, Jelly Alvaro, Dog God, Shohei, Cynic, Entropic, Vove. Cheers, everyone. And Lupus, again, thank you for that 5-pack. Cheers, guys. Till next time, take it easy.